last one ready today. Are we good? Tom said go ahead and start when the rest of us were ready.
We're ready. I'm ready.
Okay, Kurt, I think we're ready.
Very good.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
How are you today?
Good, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. Getting started just a couple minutes late today. My apologies.
No, that's okay.
As far as the beginning of our meeting, on the agenda, the opening statement, are we still good with dispensing?
Yes,
With
ma'am.
reading that? Okay. And the second item is the exchange of materials. I did not have any to exchange, and I don't think anybody on the city team did. Did you have
No, ma'am.
anything? Okay. I did not have any old business. This agenda, as you could tell by the email I put together late yesterday, and so I put the two items that I felt like we had discussed at the end of the meeting Tuesday, and the two major categories were possible TA surrounding the discussion of employee handbook related sections as an appendix, and then the second one that I had on the list was possible TA for items that are identified as management rights. And then I went through both my notes from the last meeting, and I went through the working document and tried to identify those sections. As I said in the email, I will not promise that I hit every single one of them, but I tried to pull those out and label them so we would have something to work with. But if anybody at this table notices something that I missed under one of those two categories, or if I put something in that I shouldn't have, let me know, and we will amend this list, because it was done quickly in putting that together. Quickly but thoughtfully. So, Dean, do you have anything else before we start in?
No, ma'am, do you have anything?
Okay. Anybody find anything yet, or on the agenda? Are we good with proceeding? Okay. So at the end of the meeting, I got from the discussion, the impression that the first item we wanted to talk about was just collectively that discussion on what an appendix might look like. You were wanting to have a discussion on that, understand, ask questions, whatever we want to do. So rather than discuss individual items, I thought we would just have a discussion about concerns, what your thoughts were, where we want to move with some of those. And before we even look at what each of those sections say.
Well, if we could start, Laura, what is the city's interest in having the language as an appendix rather than the way it currently exists?
Okay. There are a couple of things that come to mind when we were having a discussion on these items early on, a couple months ago. And that was, one, the internal equity piece that we talk about, that we really like as many things as possible to be the same for employees across our employee group, or similar, or very similar. And I'm not saying that what's in the MOU already doesn't have a lot of similarities to the handbook. I think we pointed out that a lot of them are almost identical, but a little bit different. But administratively is probably the piece that I brought to the table, is I know that a lot of conversations in the HR office, when we're asked to administer our MOUs and our handbook and all of the policies with the city, when individual questions come up, it is sometimes difficult to understand there might be like a couple of words that are different, and does that really have a different meaning? Or it doesn't have the same meaning. Did we just get mixed up on the wording when we typed the MOU? So interpretation and application in the intended manner is probably the biggest administrative point that I bring forward when we have these conversations. Even if we kept a static handbook or pieces of the handbook as appendixes to this MOU for the life of the MOU, then I would have, even if we change the other handbook, I would have, as years go by, language that we had been similar, at least at one point in time, so I know what the application is, so that people in my office know what the application is. You know, when I speak with Tony's office, or I speak with my supervisors in the city manager's office, that everybody knows what those applications are. So even if we have to manage two different on down the road, two different versions of a handbook with changes that we made, I know specifically what those differences are between the two. And that's what's helpful administratively. And while this particular round might seem a little, I don't know, inconsequential, it's designed to be inconsequential, but it will help administration on down the road, I think, as we start to have various versions of policies, so that we can, because the intent is to administer them appropriately and in line with the documents, but the more documents that exist, the more room there is for error, I guess, if you will, with unintended error. So that, I think, is the biggest purpose with making it language as an attachment rather than maybe slightly varied wording that is intended to mean the same thing.
Okay.
And then what is in the MOU, I guess, then in the document itself would be purposeful, intentional differences between the handbook policy and what we have in the MOU. Because there's a couple of intentional things that we would leave in the MOU, or have proposed to leave in the MOU.
Okay. Well, Lori, our position for the appendix is to not change the current format and have that for really the same reasons, just from our end of things. You know, administratively, it's easier for us to just read straight through an MOU rather than having to reference a second document. For the membership as well, they then have to find something in the contract that references an appendix or a second document and look at that. So just like you said, for HR office, which we're sensitive to, for us it's easier to find when it flows through the contract. And it's easier to understand because we're not trying to look for it somewhere else. Which all prevents that, well, like you said, the unintended error. With backing up to the internal equity, if I understand that correctly, we want to make it clear that we do believe in internal equity. I think we sometimes define it a little different. We believe the resolution and this ability to negotiate contracts that's where internal equity starts. We all have the ability to talk about our where we work specifically and how those don't match up. We still have a fair and balanced process to speak to them. And our contracts, if what works for one group may not work for the other, but that's still equitable because we both had the opportunity to sit down and figure that out. So
I understand. That makes sense.
So as we talk about contract language, we were thinking about having the reference. So first we have to make sure that this language is in fact not different than what's currently exists in the MOU. And then we can include the reference to where it is in the handbook with the date, so that if it had been updated since then, we'll know that this existed prior to. But
Okay.
it's kind of a happy medium. We know where to go to find it, so that if the executive board or someone in the HR office wanted to look at both documents, it's easier, or a member. But if not, they could just read through the contract, and that's where it is. So.
Okay, let me make sure I understand what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
So you feel like an appropriate compromise might be, for example, our military policy, which is, from what I can tell, I don't know whether that's a good example or bad example, but
Mm-hmm.
let's say when you run down the two of them, they're pretty much running word for word between
Mhm.
the employee handbook and what's currently in the MOU, except for one section that we know is different. Are you saying that your contract language that you would propose is that military leave, reference, employee handbook, dated, whatever date we pick, and then that would be like .1, like military is 8, so it might be 8.8.1, and 8.8.2 might be that paragraph that's different.
So it would still have that same language, so the language would exist in both places if it were the same.
Okay,
And then, of course, include that contract language that's specific to us. Otherwise, it will just have that contract language that's specific to us, then you have to go to this other thing.
So
An
you're
appendix
saying
or-
an appendix, you get rid of the appendix and you'd make some notification inside the body of the contract,
Yes, sir.
the agreement.
Yes, sir, the reference to where to find it in the handbook.
okay.
If
And
the
the-
wording would be repeated, would be in the contract verbatim for what's in the handbook.
No, we don't have to go to an appendix or another document.
Why don't you let us caucus for a little while?
Okay.
Okay.
Consider that. That's a
Okay.
counter proposal from you.
Technically, that would be a counter proposal, trying to collaborate and
Okay,
So,
reach something that's good for everybody.
just so I'm clear, so you would state it in the body of the agreement, and then you would add a citation to the section in the handbook?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what, so,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. But it would be word for word.
That way-
Theoretically, Today's date would be word for word going down.
City, executive board, membership, all understands this is from the handbook, where to find it quickly.
Okay,
Let us caucus for
Thank you.
15, 20 minutes.
Yes, sir.
All right.
10 o'clock?
Is there, all I think about is lunch.
Okay, thank you for the time, and thank you for the extended 5 minutes for us as well. Okay, Kurt, I think we're all ready, if you're not already on. Thank you for the additional time. It always seems to take a little longer than I anticipate. We did have a conversation about your proposal to embed the language in the document for ease of reading, rather than have it as an appendix at the end. And I think the city would be, definitely feels like that would be a good way to archive that handbook language is with the agreement. We would, however, like to have that section, all one section, whatever it is for each one of them, 8.8, 0.1, or whatever. And at the beginning of it, actually make a statement that says section, whatever it is, 8.8, military leave, for example, replicates the language in the city employee handbook in effect on, let's pick a date, today's date, whatever date we use. And that if there's anything that we both agree should be in addition to that handbook language, that it become a different section like 8.2 and have that listed out at the bottom rather than embedded in the handbook language section.
Okay, so if the language isn't exactly the same, the parts that are different becomes its own section.
Correct, yeah.
Well,
And
I think what we need to do is some of the language, I think, is grammatically different, but the meaning isn't different. And so I think our thought was that we would go through each one of those to make sure that we could get alignment as to the verbiage and the meaning, okay? So,
Okay.
rather than move on to the next big chunk of discussion, I thought, let's get through this, which may take a little more time, but put it up on the screen and evaluate the comparison.
Great.
Fair enough?
Yes, sir.
would that be good?
Yes,
And that
ma'am.
way we can actually adopt the handbook language within the agreement and then any exceptions at the bottom. Does that work?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then let's start through it and see if we can work on that. I would suggest maybe we hit the one, just go through this list. If there's something that has significant differences, we can always come back, one that we suspect, and I don't know, maybe it's not a significant difference to you is adopting maybe the grievance procedure. But if we need to come back to that, we can. But let's get through as many as we can that we feel are really close. Does that sound good?
Yes, ma'am.
So with that, let's just start at the beginning there at 8.8, if that's okay with you, Dean, military leave.
Yes, ma'am.
And Casey, do you still have the employee handbook on that flash drive? Yeah. Is it in Word by any chance, or is it in PDF? Hallelujah. Sometimes I'm smart at my desk. Okay. So, for example, Dean, on this one, if you go back to the grid, we would propose that the language for section 8.8 read, section 8.8 military leave replicates the language in the city employee handbook in effect, and I don't know what date matters to you, where, you can pick it, whatever date you feel good with, but today's date. And then take the language that's in the employee handbook right now and make that section 8.8.1. Or maybe 8.8.1 replicates. Casey, are you understanding my difference in words I'm making here?
I'm trying to.
Okay. What I would suggest is stop after military leave there,
Yep.
hit paragraph, make that section 8.8.1. replicates the city employee handbook and then the language we talked about. And then the section in the employee handbook section. And then copy the language right there into the box.
And, like, what they did was say that.
Is today's date good, Dean, or do you want to pick a different
Date that
date?
it gets adopted.
I was gonna ask you, yeah, whether, it's a revised date of the handbook or revisited date of the handbook.
Well, some of the handbook is set up now that if we need to change one page of it, we can change one page. For instance, Casey, can you bring up a handbook page? So when we write the handbook now, we have the language, but down at the bottom, there is a record of revised, reviewed. So the handbook was adopted in its totality in December of 2015. There are policies that we have updated since then. So my recommendation is actually pick like today's date, or July 1st, or January 1, because the city may change one policy, but not the entire handbook. In the methodology that we have it set up right now, is we don't republish the entire handbook, just the section that we make changes to. So.
And then an MOU, if we're referencing a specific section.
Mhm. I would pick a day in history that we go back to, that what was in effect on that day is the one that governs your MOU, whether that be July 1st, whether that be January 1st, 2020, whether that be today. I am okay with any date you pick. I guess I would be forthright in saying that, we've talked about revising this military policy in our earlier discussions. I may go back, regardless of what we put in the MOU, and make that change and put it in the employee handbook, and it'll have an effective date of, say, September 1, 2019. If you want to be subject to that, then I would pick whatever a date after that. If you don't want to be subject to any changes we may make between now and that date, then I would pick an earlier date. Does that make sense? And I have a few I don't have any of these on my to-do list. But I'm not saying I don't. No, I'm not saying that, I don't have any of these on my to-do list right now. Tomorrow is always a new day, and so I don't know. Do you want to think about the date that would be picked a little bit?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we'll leave that blank for now. But I can tell you that what I propose copying in here is what's in effect today.
Well, and I doubt that the date is as critical if we're going to spell out the exact language of the section anyway.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Now, in this section, we reference an attachment to the employee handbook, which is a policy that talks about, in detail, about a reimbursement program for employees who go on active duty and end up with a wage less than what they were making here as an employee here. And all the employee handbook does is reference that. Are you comfortable with that?
I mean, there's examples of how the contract it's just different than the handbook. It may ultimately say mostly the same things, but they're just written different.
Is it
So-
okay to make that an attachment, or do you want that? Because here is the remaining section, she's got it up on the board now, of that attachment in the handbook. It's what?
8 pages long.
8 pages.
So this is the pages. I don't think they'll go in here. That is mentioned.
Is this also the area the city is going to be updating a little bit of from a previous conversation?
I am open to, and I think we already discussed, adding to the employee handbook that additional section of, let's see, where is it?
8.8.12.
Thank you. 0.12 or 1.2? 1 point,
But yours will be worded in the agreement, Dean, to reflect exactly what we said, or what
Yes, sir.
we had talked about and agreed to. And then I think what we could do
oh, yeah.
upon signing is place the date in there so that
Mhm.
that takes care of that.
So what I would suggest on this is 8.8.1.2, which is that additional provision, actually follow this statement as its own section until, in fact, we
There
get the
you go.
employee handbook
Yeah.
revised, and it's actually embedded in it.
The existing language.
Move over, the numbering may need to change.
8.2.
Would be the, in case I think of the third column.
The employee handbook,
We would propose that language right there.
Or is it possible to take the city handbook language, this format that you guys have been using for proposals, to put that language in here, and then we'll know exactly which language from the handbook is going to be in the contract, and we can compare them
Yes,
to existing,
yes,
to what currently exists?
yes.
Okay.
And I'm happy to email this document
Mhm.
at any caucus or break, so you can get an updated one and take a look at it. But what I think Casey did as an update, Casey, tell me if I got this right. Under section 8.8 military leave,
Mhm.
section 8.8.1 will
Dean,
now,
if you can track up there on the screen, she'll show you what she's doing.
Okay.
we can even walk closer, because I'm like you, I need to be close. I can't read that at all.
Which one?
Turn right around, you
Oh,
can
thank
read
you.
it.
So section 8.8.1 is actually, it has that statement that we asked to put in there. And then Casey took the employee handbook language
Okay.
from that page and embedded it right there on the right-hand side.
Mhm.
Now, it currently doesn't contain that new paragraph,
Mhm.
so Casey has now taken that paragraph that is 8.8.1.2, and we will put it, the city's proposed language, so that's what she copied over, so you may want to comment on that. The city's proposed language, and put it on the right-hand side.
But we have to change it now.
Yeah, because we don't want to add.
So we'll strike that language about the employee handbook, because that section will be unique to your contract.
Okay.
And one day I may change the employee handbook, but it doesn't, you won't be under pressure to
So
have
then
it
you don't
changed.
have to worry about that. It'll be a separate section unique to the agreement with the IAFF.
And then that will be.
Until we get it changed in the employee handbook, and then in a subsequent negotiation, you could update it.
Great.
So
Fair
Casey,
enough?
Yes, sir.
oh, when you, and then label that section 8.8.1 or 8.8.2. So it's actually a different section.
So I do have one concern
Okay,
specific to this. In the city's handbook language where it lists the 3 ways that you can be compensated, I think, if you guys disagree, stop me. There should be at least a reference that there's a 4th way, 8.8 under 8.8.2, so we don't have employees reading this and saying, oh, these are the 3 ways, and then not completing that section and not getting to the end and reading that, oh, there's actually a 4th way I can be compensated. just so that all those, the ways that our people can be compensated are in, or at least can be referenced to all in the same section of this MOU instead of spread out through the entire article. Does that?
Almost becomes a fourth bullet.
Yeah, that kind of
Well,
defeats the purpose
that
of
defeats the
copying the
purpose,
handbook
but-
language.
Yeah,
But it's all
but
in
it
the
does
same
protect-
section, Seamus.
So
Under the paragraph where it says there's 3 ways, well, for people, there's actually 4 ways, and I understand that we're moving it to a section, or, excuse me, a separate, apologize,
Yeah.
article and section were not the right, I did not use those correctly there. But in the same paragraph, to a sense, instead, there's also a fourth option under 8.02 for MOU employees.
Maybe we can put a note in there.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that's what I'm hinting at. There needs to be at least a note or a reference, hey,
Parenthetical.
go to this section for the 4th option.
IAFF employees should see
Mhm.
section such and such.
Yeah, I would hate for our people to read this and think that there was only 3 ways, because they didn't, it wasn't thoroughly explained to them, or they didn't thoroughly look through the entire section.
Okay, so scrolling up under those, right above those 3 bullets, Casey,
So then we're not replicating the employee handbook language.
correct, but in a parenthetical,
Okay,
in
It's
parentheses.
just a note, Casey.
okay.
So a 4th
Is that all right?
note,
Yes.
see section 8.8.2 for a 4th option available. For a 4th option. Do you want, is that good, is that good? Or
Or he
do-
has to reference IAFF employees.
Okay, for a 4th option available to IFF, to members covered by
'Cause that
this
kinda
MOU.
calls it out.
Is it possible to make that an actual bullet point? Just so it's
Then
not,
then the problem with that, Seamus, is then it isn't a replication. If you put it in as a note, that actually highlights it.
A lot of it's just educating our members
What
on
if
what to read. It's in the same section. And as for me as a supervisor, if they request military leave, we're gonna review this whole document, to see what type of leave they're gonna wanna have in there.
What's,
So why wouldn't it be easier to have our contract language as is, and at the bottom, mention that if you want to reference the handbook, it's in section 4D, under military leave on page whatever it is.
what I'm kind of hearing, tell me if I'm incorrect.
That's what I'm getting
Is
confused on.
that we're not really interested in copying the employee handbook language over.
I'm under the understanding that we're doing this for convenience, for referencing 2 separate documents, 2 separate, right?
For a number of people, I think convenience
then-
was listed on both, by both of us when we had that conversation.
Right.
Right.
So our contract has the 4th option, which is different from the handbook. We're not, correct?
I think the city feels like the employee handbook, we want to replicate that there is a desire since the very beginning to replicate the handbook language. I understand wanting to have that embedded in the document so that it is of ease of reference for your membership as well, and even your administration trying to reference things. What then departs from the city's interest is when we start altering the city handbook language in the section where we're copying the city handbook language, whether that's an appendix or embedded in the document. When we start to alter it, then we haven't embedded the handbook language in the document any longer. So that is our interest, is to get that language embedded with any additional things noted in the same section, but not embedded. That is an interest. We would really like to be able to go through this and agree on the language and move forward, because we feel like this is not our, not the biggest topics that we have to discuss before the end of next week. But that's how the city feels about that. it- So-
We'll do something simple, bold that, so we made a note, can we bold that note, and make it stand out more, where it'd be more apparent to the people as they read down through it, they'd see that note down below it? Or,
I think it'd be very hard when you use the word replicate content is different.
I agree.
So maybe that section we just don't replicate or reference the city handbook. If the content is different.
Well, then we're back to, we have two separate proposals for this section. The city's proposal to make it an appendix or be removed and be
Yeah.
a part of the employee handbook.
The language may not be able to replicate the city handbook. If we want to get it as close as possible, I think that's something we can interested in doing, but it may just not be able to be replicated.
Well, I think we would want to caucus, because that's not what I heard right prior to our previous, that's not what I heard from Dean in our previous statements earlier today. So what I'm hearing now is that maybe that is not an interest, is to embed the handbook language by the IAFF.
Lori, I may have not just conveyed our perspective clearly.
Okay.
You know, our interest is to have that same sections of the articles and sections of the handbook, or the contract, they're the same as the handbook. You can carry that language over with quick reference to where you can find it when it's the same. And if it's not the same, then that merits more conversation. Is it not the same because they're just written differently, but are the same intent, or are they totally different?
But isn't that what we're doing by adding that?
That's what my understanding is. We're moving it over here now. We can see them side by side, and you know, part of this process is to now have to look at those, even if we can't get it all. It's all moved over, but maybe not all completely reviewed today. We've identified one thing on this one so far, even though they're written completely different. So I want to look at these
Okay.
very closely.
That's fair enough.
Wanted to look at it, and then as we make what we've decided on as a note, because there are 4 options for IAFF members rather than 3, we want to make sure that note doesn't get overlooked. A person will
I
read
agree.
this, there are 3. If I'm military, I know what my 3 are. I don't consider that 4th. Again, really appreciate what Chief Green is saying, though, that a supervisor would review that with them. Remember, we're making this for
For a lot of
not
people.
just this table. Not everyone at this table who's immersed in it and is going to follow up when the time is appropriate. Could be someone who's not familiar with, a supervisor that's not familiar, a member that's not familiar. And so we're just trying to make sure
Okay.
it's easy to understand for everybody.
Could I propose that we attempt this and have you take a look at it when you can read it, let it flow and see if it reads to meet your, in a quieter environment when you're not sitting here with all of us, and see if it reads okay to you? Because I think the military one is very, very close to what's in the handbook. It's probably our closest alignment. Even though I think they mean the same thing, they're worded different in our 2 documents, and this is probably the closest alignment to the handbook
Yes.
right now.
Because we reviewed this earlier, didn't it? Which I think we've done several times. That's why we came up with this language. You guys researched it, then we came up with some proposed language. I think the only place that we weren't in consensus on this was this adding about 8.8.1.2 at that time, which is this additional language here. So I thought we'd kind of agreed on everything but that one section. So it seems like this would be a good starting point to have that discussion on. Just how can we determine what designator do we need to put in this agreement? Because we all agree it's the same language except for this one additional point. So how can we designate that in there?
So when you're on top in that caveat that this replicates the employee handbook policy, maybe you can add a section that says any deviations are emboldened with the caption note. That's right at the top, it's there, you can see it. And then what we do is, Sean suggested we just bold that section through the agreement as well.
I don't know how the rest of this table feels, but as we get close to having a document that we can cut and paste into something that's not in columns,
Just the noting being bolded. Casey?
that discussion some of those notes we've had from previous meetings on when we've discussed it. Can we start removing those as we get to TAs in sections? So for instance, Casey, those previous notes up there, can we start eliminating those so we can cut and paste into a clean document? Easy. We have older versions of this, so if we ever need to reference it, we can. Do we have the word replicate spelled correctly, or it just wants to title it? It wants to capitalize it.
REPLICAT, replicate.
Because there's a period here,
Just,
I think there should be a comma for starting the sentence.
That's why it's doing that, yeah.
so when we move down, so let's try this. So we have now section 8.8, military leave, section 8.8.1, replicates the city employee handbook, section 4D, military leave, date. Any deviations are in bold. Then we copy pasted the policy over. Let's go back to attachment T later. Yeah. Copied the policy over as it reads in the employee handbook. This note is now in bold. See section 8.2 for a fourth option available to IAFF Local 1596, Casey.
Should be something, members covered by this MOU.
Excuse me?
Should be members covered by the MOU.
Okay, available to members instead of local IAFF. And then, yeah, and then take out the IAFF reference?
Yes.
Okay, Casey, take out IAFF Local 1596. And then we go through the remainder of the employee handbook policy.
Is members the appropriate word?
Well, let me ask you about that.
Would probably be,
It's anybody in that category.
Yes,
I
sir.
mean, somebody could technically choose not to be a
Yeah.
member,
That's
right?
correct, that's what I'm getting at, yeah.
Yeah, so
Okay.
probably employees, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we go back to the employee handbook
Yeah.
language. And we keep going through the employee handbook language. Then this one right here, Casey, I think that one is, we just delete and TA that it's strike. Because we'll go look and see what was over on the right, left-hand side. Because I now think that the employee may use accumulated vacation time and receive full salary is now included up above. We can reference that. I think I'd put strike right there. Now let's go up and make sure it's covered up there to make everybody comfortable. And
That
is,
in the existing language.
and is that in the policy that's up above?
Should be the first bullet.
Use of accumulated vacation time and receive full salary. Is that applicable?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we can go down
I think this is where the major deviation.
And
is in
strike.
section.
and strike what is now
Which is up
8.8.1.1.
Which should be 8A.
Well, sir, just we'll move it to TA, then we'll look at the policy. That we get with the agreement.
Okay, and then go down to the next section there, Casey, and erase that little bit. And then 8.8.2 is the section that's different, that we bolded up above. And that's the one addition. So what is the next section on military leave? And then 8.1.3, what does that say? It says the employee may use only the accumulated vacation time necessary to make up the difference between military pay and the employee's regular salary. Is that included up above in in the new proposed 8.8.1?
Yes, second bullet.
And are we okay to strike this because it's up above?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you following, Casey?
I'm trying.
I know, you've got the hard part here. Our numbering's probably gonna
Was-
change a little bit.
Yeah, the numbering
So-
is a
So
different
that's, that
challenge.
box there, we're
Yep.
okay to strike.
Do you want that to say TA?
Yeah, there we go. Okay, and then we might be able to copy that a couple times, Casey. And I think the same with 8.1.4, would you agree, Dean? The employee may take leave without pay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we're okay with that one. 8.8.1.5, the employee shall inform his or her supervisor which of the 4 options will be utilized before leaving on such military leave. I think we probably have the same language in the handbook, only it might say 3 options. So we may want to make a note.
So then this language needs to get copied because it's different.
How is it different? Is the only difference the word 4 versus the word 3?
That's what I'm saying.
I don't have the handbook language in front of me.
The handbook says the employee shall inform the supervisor which of the 3 options will be utilized before leaving on session.
So you should, I should probably just change the language to what the options are, right?
Well, the handbook has 3 options and the MOU has 4. And so, we could put that parenthetical up under the handbook again, next to the word 3. And then it'll have the 4th option.
Is there any chance we can just leave it at the way it's worded and not include the language that says it's in the employee handbook that way?
The handbook language has said, if we go back up there, it says 3 in the employee handbook, is what Doug says.
Are we able to bold?
Why don't you just say 3 plus the additional option for IAFF
Okay.
members
Okay,
or employees?
so let's scroll down just a little bit. We're not even,
Just past the 3rd bullet, Casey.
yeah. So, right there, so maybe put that section that we have bolded up there and saying
Yeah.
there's a 4th option, maybe instead of putting it where it's at, we put it underneath that paragraph, and then it takes care of both the 4th option.
And then, and up above, it does say exceptions with the note in it, right in the body of the comment about employee handbook.
Though I don't, that may Seamus's concern about if they read down 3, they may stop there.
Is it
I
a
see it
possible
now.
solution to, I don't mean, sorry, Chief. Is there a possible solution to leave that parenthetical where it was and then just take the 3 from the city employee language and bold it to 4? That way it's obvious that it is deviating from the city handbook, or excuse me, city handbook language.
Or
Well,
just
back
say,
to the-
or just say 3 and then put in parens behind it, 4 for IAFF employees.
Mhm.
I think that would be fair as
better than
well.
altering the language.
That'd work as well.
Yes, sir.
I know it's altering the language.
Okay. I mean, I'd rather.
It's bolded
do
and
that,
it
but-
shows it, it's, there
Okay.
are differences.
Okay, and then taking that note and putting it back where we had it before. Okay, so that takes us down to 8.8.1.5 that we can now strike. Okay, 8.8.1.6, an employee who's on military leave status for 2 weeks or less and chooses to take leave without pay will continue to accrue vacation, sick leave, and will not be required to reimburse the city for dependent health care insurance premiums. I believe that's in the policy.
That's verbatim.
Okay, so that would be the same thing that we can strike because it's included above. Does that sound right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that takes us to the end of 8.8 military leave.
All right.
There. And then you can go back and read it at some
Yes,
point
ma'am.
when you can concentrate on it.
Mhm.
How does that sound? Okay, and the next one is 9.3 vacation. So, I would propose that we make 9.3.1 just like we did 8.8.1. And I'll give Casey some time to do that. 9.3 vacation.
Okay, what am I doing?
Okay, you're taking the city's vacation policy and copying it into 9.3.1 along with that statement about referencing replicates. And this one may look really messy in this document like this.
Yeah, we understand, it looks messy on, with
Yeah.
the column with existing language.
Yeah, we will make sure it doesn't look messy in the end.
Does it? So, there's another section that wasn't part of that.
Is that what we used up above?
Yes, well, I think we said the words replicates the
There's like a
language
bunch of this
instead
stuff in here
of
that
will
wouldn't apply to
replicate.
our people at all.
Replicates the language in the,
We just get moved up here, and, you know, understanding of a TA
Like
is.
that?
We get it moved over,
Replicates the
it's
language
tentative
in city
because we're going to
employee
look at it. We can note questions.
And then
comments,
copy it
and
in there.
concerns, and then
and it will look terrible.
which that could be one, we can have all the stuff that doesn't apply to us.
I think that's okay. It's gonna look terrible, Casey. Can we agree that this looks terrible till we pull it out into another
We
document?
understand that, yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Not,
Alrighty.
not an issue.
Okay, and so then I think that means, and stop me as we go through these next sections, that we can put that strike because it's included in, Casey, I think it's section 9.3 is vacation, and then 9.3.1 is what replicates. Okay. And then 9.3.2, I think, is in the policy itself. Vacation allowance shall be earned annually based on completed years of full-time regular employment as calculated by the anniversary date. Then again, I think it's clear up at the beginning.
Read it again.
Vacation allowance shall be earned annually based on completed years of full-time regular employment as calculated by the full-time anniversary date.
Eligibility status versus age.
The handbook uses what language?
Says vacation leave credit begins accumulating from the employee's date of employment in an eligible status. And it talks about vacation can be accumulated by 320 hours. Fire medical personnel working 24-hour shifts can accumulate 448 hours. Vacation time will not occur during a leave of absence without pay for periods of more than 2 weeks.
And an eligible status for vacation is full-time regular. That's where I'm saying is that we have slight differences between our documents. Because we have, for instance, extra board is currently, although I know we have a lot of conversation on whether it should earn vacation, it currently is not in an eligible status. Would be the one most applicable to you. And then we have other temporaries who don't earn time off. So are we okay with striking this section?
Yes, ma'am. So
Okay.
that's what we understand a TA is that it's tentative, and we
Yes.
will look at this and we'll note additional questions, comments, and concerns that we're not catching right now, and we'll make sure that those are ironed out. Those wrinkles are ironed out as we move forward to an actual agreement.
Yes, absolutely.
So
Understood.
We'll look
Yeah.
in both of those things, and we imagine both parties will. So.
Okay, yeah, I think
So-
everybody wants to be able to put a fine tooth comb to it, and I think that's absolutely necessary.
Mhm.
Okay,
Hey, Laura, just for
Mhm.
information, what is extra board classified as?
excuse
What are
me.
extra board classified
It
as?
actually has its own employment status in our handbook. We have full-time, in our handbook, we have 5 employment statuses. Full-time regular, which all of us except Jill are at this table. Part-time regular, well, you are, but not here. Part-time regular, we have about 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 positions in the organization, including we have a part-time position in our office who earns regular benefits. There's some benefit changes for part-time regular. Then we have full-time temporary, which would be, we have some positions, that's a difficult one to do, actually, because they soon become CAPERS eligible by CAPERS rules. But there are a couple of people in Parks and Rec that would fit that category. Then we have part-time temporary, which is the tons of people that you see in Parks and Rec a lot, who work in the summer times. And then our 5th status is extra board. And so it's actually technically its own status in our organization.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Although it probably mirrors our part-time regular most closely.
Okay.
Not exactly, but close from a benefit standpoint. Okay, section 9.3.3, fire medical, okay, this is that same section that talks about the accrual rate. Are we okay with, what? Oh, we're okay with deleting that one, striking that one. Right, Dean?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Same thing with 9.3.3?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Same thing with 9.3.4?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. 9.3.5, I think, has method of selection of vacation days shall be those adopted by the department rules and regulations. I think that would be one of the things that comes at the bottom,
Yes,
under its
ma'am.
own section, so we'll wait till Casey catches up.
So are changing rules and regulations to policy and procedures, and then it should be able
And you're okay with
to TA
that?
as its own
Excellent.
section.
So what am I typing?
So under the current section 9.3.5, we want to keep the city proposed language that changes rules and regulations to policy and procedures. We want to take column 3, put it over in column 4 as a TA, but it would be its own section. It would be 9.3.2, I think is the next number now.
Oh, wait. It's not my- 9 point, that was 9.3.5, right?
It was,
Okay.
and now it needs to be 9.3.2.
Okay, now we're to 9.4.
Yes, and that's the end of vacation. Sound good?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. We are cooking now. 9.4 is sick leave. So same thing, Casey. Yeah.
I think we need to go back and look at this section here.
Is that a vacation or is
Something goes on vacation. I have it noted in my mind. We can look at it.
That's what I just read it.
I'll just make it. It's under like holiday, whatever, under vacation. I'd like to go back and look at that.
Tell us when you're ready. Okay, so that's 9.4.1. Is the sick leave policy out of the handbook. And then 9.4.2 is one of your proposals that we probably should discuss further
Okay.
later. Tom, there's a proposal by the IAFF to remove the cap on the sick leave for the members of this MOU. And I know we would want to caucus, because we didn't really discuss it in this context. Or come back to it later.
Your preference, you wanna keep moving on this stuff and? we'll
Yes,
just
sir,
note
we
that-
can come back to that part.
Okay.
We understand it merits it's a more in-depth discussion. Also believe the language addresses, the payout for members at less than 5 years, and there's different in our contract.
You're right, you're right.
So that may be something we come back to also, but we get if it's
Okay.
getting moved over right now that
Okay,
There's still
so
some-
also come back to payout,
Good enough.
to handbook payout, okay.
So I just typed in 620 agreed to come back later
Right.
for that
Yeah.
section, is that? And then say,
Okay, so then we have 9, oh, I'm sorry, Casey, tell me when you're ready.
where's the,
The payout part,
They're talking about possible.
okay. Okay. So 9.4.3.
9.4.3, are we good with striking that current paragraph that's embedded in the handbook language?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Oh, you know what? She just put a sign up on the door. Let me, she put a sign up and then she took it down. I was just watching her. I don't know where it's moved to, but let me,
No, it's right outside the door.
There is a note still on the door out there.
Oh, is there okay. There should be a note on the door that's telling you where you need to go for that meeting, because we moved it. If you cannot find it, the woman at that window can call up to the city manager's office and find out for you. Okay. Where is the note?
It is right outside the door. He's reading it.
Oh, he found it. Okay. Okay. 9.4.3, we're good.
Okay, 9.4.4.
We actually had some city proposed language in that. Does that match the handbook language? Family sick leave.
Or are you referring to the city's proposal for the handbook to match the MOU when it comes to military definitions of? So you're.
Well, I guess that's one we may want to come back for discussion for, because, let's see, family sick leave. I know we proposed some language for this, but our interest is to have it match the handbook language, I think. And is the family sick leave covered in that handbook language that we already copied over?
It is, but we had worked on this language together regarding the military fact sheet under that discussion.
Oh, that's right.
But-
And that was our
yeah.
proposed do you want to come back to this, or?
Well, until the handbook, the actual handbook language does match that proposal, I think the contract should be written to have that noted, at least in bold, that
Okay.
our members receive that benefit.
So is this city proposed language, have you had a chance to review it?
I haven't seen it in a while. I'll have to go back and look at it.
Well, how about we do that when we'll come back to section 9.4.4 after review by both parties. Does that sound
Yes, ma'am.
appropriate? Okay. And 9.4.4. Okay.
9.4.5, we had already TA'd language.
So that would keep. I think that is the end of the sick leave discussion. Does that sound appropriate?
Yes.
Okay. And in my notes, I have that under the conglomerate section of sick leave 9.4, that we're gonna come back to 9.4.2, where, kinda goes to the next thing on the agenda, to 9.5, which maybe we should talk about a little bit now. And then we're also gonna come back to 9.4.4. Sound good?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's go to 9.5 right now. The current MOU has a conversation about payouts at dismissal. And from what I can tell, the two differences in that is that the employee handbook has no language in any of our time off policies about payout on Kelly time, because it does not reference Kelly days. And then it also, the sick leave payout under this does not have, it pays out at the same rate, the 25%. It calls out the specific pay code that this group earns under. But it pays out 25% of sick leave accumulation up to, of course, you may want to modify that language based on the outcome of the discussion on the other section on maximums, or maybe not. 25% up to 1460 hours 1040 for full-time regular, but the employee handbook does have a minimum of 5 years' employment before it would pay out. So I guess the city's proposal here is we would very much like to eliminate as much duplicative language as possible. But in the handbook, it's under each one of the sections, so I know we copied over the vacation, we copied over the sick leave. Our thought would be is somehow incorporate whatever we need to do here at the bottom of the sick leave policy, and then whatever we need to do here with respect to Kelly days. Because we think the rest of it's covered in the handbook. And I also believe that the longevity discussion it's in the city's draft policy to pay the retiree on prorated basis with that as well. And we also have a section on longevity, which we could include that in if necessary.
So Lori, do I understand correctly, Kelly days, we want to move that to being in the sick leave section? Or the
No, I'm
vacation
sorry, I
section?
think it probably warrants its own statement.
It's its
in
own
this
section,
MOU.
okay.
Unless it's covered in department policy and you're comfortable with that.
Okay.
I don't. Is the payout provisions covered in department policy on Kelly days?
Let's see.
I don't think our intent is to change the payout of Kelly days.
Mhm.
So, I guess it's a conversation about this until we resolve the other number is going to be.
Lord.
That would be.
Yeah, yes.
We can do this if the cap is at that, you know. I know where to get it from, right? And we'll be open to moving some language over. We can't remove the fact.
Lori, that section 9.5 about compensation at dismissal is, it really is tied to several other issues.
Okay.
You know, the sick leave cap, the longevity, and so our request is to include it in those conversations. They're all connected for us.
Okay. Okay, so,
Kelly days, it doesn't appear that the payout is listed in their provision, so just within the MOU.
okay, so what I would propose on this section then, 9.5, since it's all connected to some other discussions that we're having, there isn't a payout provision in the department policy on Kelly days, is that we just hold the conversation on 9.5 till we get to TAs on all these other sections, and then we'll know what makes sense. Does that sound
Yes, ma'am.
appropriate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So, let me just be clear about something here, Dean. The compensation at dismissal, retirement, resignation, or layoff in the employee handbook is scattered throughout the employee handbook. Is that correct?
Correct.
And here, at least, it's concentrated?
Mm-hmm. And with the exception of sick leave, being different in the employee handbook, mirrors. I mean, it like concentrates at one
So
spot.
what do we do differently for them in sick leave?
Sick leave is payout regardless of years of service. Like, if I left after 6 months, years of service, I would get a quarter of whatever sick leave I had, albeit small. In the employee handbook, for anyone outside this MOU, I would not take any of that as a payout. My sick leave would not be paid out in any form.
It just vanquished?
It just vanquished. So, I will tell you that, we looked up how many people, and I can't remember the time frame. Maybe the last 5 years. There's only been 3 individuals that would be, if our same pattern moves forward, 3 individuals that would be impacted by a change. So it's not the biggest item either direction, just different.
All right. So we're gonna
Would that be a
circle
fair
back.
statement?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll
Yeah,
circle back to this then, is
Mhm.
that the idea?
yeah. Wellness time off, so then I would propose that we've already TA'd the Kelly days. 9.6, 9.7 is the well leave, wellness time off, the discussion we had the other day, and that's section 9.7. And, I think the vast majority of this is also, while the program is different for the covered MOU people with the IAFF, I think it is printed in the employee handbook. So I would propose we copy the employee handbook language and then find out where our differences are,
Okay.
or if there's anything additional we need to add. I think our note here that it results in fewer is not accurate, in our notes in our city proposed column.
You're saying it isn't different?
I'm thinking that we actually have the language copied over. This was an earlier statement of ours, but when, under further review, I think it actually lists the IAFF accrual rate.
So you think that the policy is consistent with the practice in the MOU currently?
I do, but we can look at that specifically. Because I think we called it out in the employee handbook, at some iteration of the employee handbook, that this was a different
What do the
accrual.
chiefs say about that? Is that your interpretation as well? Because I thought we got into this whole discussion about how we broke down numbers differently.
We do break down numbers differently.
You initially said if you were to use the handbook language, it would result in less time for firefighters.
And I don't think that's the case.
Do you recall the conversation, Jason, though, about,
I can find it.
didn't we do the math or something and figure out that the numbers were relatively the same?
Was it
Is that what
discussion that
happened?
we just
Yes,
get
sir.
there faster versus the other employee groups? Get there the same, reach the same point, they don't get there quite as fast.
We did. I could go through my notes,
Discussion?
sir, and find the exact numbers, but annually, all employees are receiving the same amount of well leave because our shift schedule is what it is with the 240 hours a month. We accumulate it what appears to be faster, but we're working more hours in a shorter period of time than, say, another employee. So it's still equitable. It's just that our schedule is different. We would accept if there was an employee group that worked more hours than we did, they're accumulating faster as well. It's the same concept with when people say we retire early. It's not an early retirement. It's all the hours worked sooner that makes you eligible, which has its own problems because then you have no health care until you're 65. So it's really, according to our interpretation of the handbook and our MOU language, it's fair and balanced. It's equitable to everybody based on shift schedules.
So what are we gonna do with this?
So I think we're okay copying the employee handbook language over like we did with vacation and sick leave, taking a close look at it, and I think it mirrors 9.7.1 and 9.7.2 and 9.7.3.
So can we TA it with the understanding as Dean?
Man, we can TA this.
Okay.
The city still has we can TA the language.
And we can always keep looking at it.
Look
Yeah.
at it because we don't want to change the the rate that we receive the well leave in our on our what do you call that, our benefit time,
Right.
that we could be able to use it.
Yeah, and I think we're okay with that. I think
Okay.
pulling that handbook language over, I think nothing changes.
Okay.
And I think nothing changes with 9.7.1, 9.7.2, 9.7.3. And then
I think-
9.7.4, I want to read again closely.
I believe we had previous discussions on this section, Lori,
Mhm.
about trying to get the department policy to match this section of the MOU because of difficulties of being able to take well leave
On-
if this wasn't included.
On 9.7.4.
Mhm.
So 9.7.4 warrants its own conversation. And the city has proposed some language,
So we
which we have.
TA'd everything up to 9.7.4.
Correct, Dean.
9.7.2, in there,
Okay.
we specifically call out family sick leave. And I don't, we have a little bit of contrasting information versus our policy versus the city's policy. Unless, where it says FMLA qualifying applicants, says sick leave, employee, family. I'm assuming if that says family, that equate with family sick leave then?
Yes, I think so. Where,
This is
Casey,
in,
can you bring up
this
the
is in the
handbook
city's
language?
policies. Time off benefits, number 3.
Sick leave. Yeah, illness of a family member or adoption of a child is family sick leave.
Okay, so then that takes care of 9.7.2 then, all right?
Yes. So sick leave is considered used for both personal illness and illness of a family member or adoption of a child. Those are the 3 acceptable uses of our sick leave in, those are the 3 purposes for sick leave in the city handbook policy, which I think is saying the same thing as 9.7.2, just a little differently. Okay, so we want to come back to 9.7.4, right? Is that what I'm hearing?
So initially, Lori, our understanding was just to make sure internal policies and procedures match the contract language.
Okay.
Is the city proposing something different?
On 9.7.4?
Yes, ma'am.
We've got that bottom note on there. Change our department policy, we updated to match this provision. Is that what you're
Yes, sir, I'm
referring
just
to?
making sure that
Okay.
I understood that, because I just heard that this, there's gonna be a separate conversation about this section.
Yeah, I want to read through this again. I think the only difference between the city's proposed language and the current document is that we started using the words wellness time off embedded in it instead of not being specific. And it says, our note, so I can remember, no change, however, department policy will be updated to match this provision. So I think our proposal is to use the city proposed language because it spells out the word wellness time off a couple of times in there, using the same vernacular as the
Yes,
employee
ma'am.
handbook. And then I think the statement by the chief was that department policy needs to be updated to match this language. But I want to get confirmation from
Okay,
him before we
okay,
TA
that's
that. But I
what
think
we
that's the
understand.
intent.
And you're right, and the differences between well leave and wellness time off creates a lot of confusion.
Yeah.
So we appreciate that.
We're trying to get alignment there.
Absolutely, thank you.
Clarification on 9.7.4, we talked about no change, however, department policy will be updated to match the provision. Just to make sure we all have an understanding that that provision is that well leave can be taken even if it causes overtime for one person, correct?
Yes, sir. One
For the
person at a
policy.
time.
Yeah. Not that if 5 people wanted well leave all at once, that they could all have it.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Understood.
thank you.
Okay. Do you Do you want to be able to review this language one more time before we TA it?
I think, it sounds like we have a common understanding of
Common
the.
understanding.
The
Okay,
policy as it is written right now provides those provisions that you can take it, but there was always a statement in there that said if it caused overtime, it wasn't allowed. Now, practice has been, we've allowed it
okay, on a person-by-person basis.
on a person-by-person basis.
But I think we need to add the language in there that says only one member or individual can be off at a time within that 24-hour period. So example, if one person requests 24 hours, they can take that off. If one person wants 12, and another person wants 12 at two different times, that's a possibility also.
Okay,
So basically, if we have 24 individuals that want 1 hour at a time, and they all match up sequentially, then they can take it off.
Well, they just can't overlap.
They can't
Yeah,
overlap,
yes, sir.
good, exactly. Time can't overlap. So we ought to put that verbiage in there.
and that's in your policy.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think, yeah. And so our policy exists. The only thing the policy states differently than the MOU is that it says in the policy that if it causes overtime, it can be not allowed.
So that's the sentence you're gonna strike in the policy
Right.
to make it
Otherwise,
align
the
with this language.
policy exists as it is.
Okay.
And I think that's their concurrence as well. Contrary to maybe what the language in the MOU says,
Yes, sir.
Or in addition to.
in addition to.
Okay, so we have a policy that has more rules in it than what's in the MOU,
Yes.
and that still stands, correct? And that's your understanding as well?
The department policy,
Mhm.
once with the language, once we strike the language that prohibits being able to use it when it causes overtime, does
Mhm.
it stand? Is that what you're asking?
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
All the other rules in it. Okay, then I'm okay with doing a tentative agreement with the city proposed language. And the department policy is gonna update to correct the department policy that says even if it causes overtime staffing. And you're gonna change that, but everything else
We'll
stands
strike
as
that
is.
from the
Yeah.
policy.
Okay,
The policy remains in effect. And it does provide more guidelines than is in the MOU language. And that's the only thing I was just pointing out different.
do we propose putting those other guidelines in here or keeping it in department policy, much like the handbook, and reference it?
If they're comfortable with the policy, and that change, then I think that
I
we
think,
can just continue as we have, just with the removal of that sentence.
okay. The city is good with this language,
Okay,
if you're good with this
yes,
language.
ma'am.
Okay. With this, Casey already did it? No. 9.7.4.
Just to clarify, though, we're not adding, you had mentioned, do we want to add about one at a time? We didn't do that. Do we need to do that?
Excuse me? We didn't add what?
Doug?
I think if we get our policy changed to match it, eliminate basically the language I have here, line 18 needs to be omitted in our current policy. Which indicates.
You know what? We need to caucus on this
Yes.
before we reach a
Okay.
decision.
Laura,
So-
may I add, the
Mhm.
last line of existing language says, must be approved by the shift commander.
Mhm.
So something to consider is that the shift commander will review department policy
Okay.
when receiving these requests and should understand those one at a time. Not that I'm opposing adding language, I'm just mentioning that now before you call.
Okay, sounds good. We'll get back to you on that one. How does that sound?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then 9.8 is holiday time. And again, copying the holiday policy over for 9.8.1. Okay, so we copied the employee handbook language over that lists the holidays, and I think that covers the current 9.8.1. Do you agree?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think 9.8.2, we had already TA'd as its own section.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Because we didn't have a line in there, Lori. Okay, and then 9.8.3 and 9.8.4, we may want to, the city has some proposed changes for that. We, of course, still propose those changes. And I think the city is prepared to adopt the city proposed language if you are, but I kind of anticipate that you may want to have a separate discussion.
Do you know?
9.8.3 is the same language.
Correct. Is there no proposed difference?
I don't see any.
I don't see any either. So I guess we would propose to TA 9.8.3 with the current language.
So those are the same.
Okay. 9.8.3, how do you feel about that? Later, or are you prepared to oh, you're still discussing?
No,
sorry.
ma'am. 9.8.3 appeared to be no change, correct? And we
It
can
appears,
TA that?
yeah.
Okay.
So we can TA 9.8.3 with current language. And the city proposes to strike 9.8.4.
Okay. There's no TA from us for that.
Excused me. Is that full sick leave?
Okay, are we good, Casey?
I think so.
So we have 9.8.1 is the handbook. 9.8.2 is some previous TA'd language. 9.8.3, we just TA'd the current language. And 9.8.4, we are going to discuss later. No TA. Do you agree, Dean?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, and the next one I had on the list was the 9.9.2, the out-of-city training reimbursement for mileage and meals. I do not have the city's administrative policy on mileage and meal reimbursements with me. This might be a good time to try and decide if we want to embed that entire policy inside this MOU. Because it's a lot of pages.
Okay.
I can do that, it's a lot of pages. I will tell you that your statement that's in the current MOU is also contained in the city's travel policy. And would still propose that we just reference it rather than embed it. Embedding it might be very cumbersome in this particular case.
There's two sections within the city handbook. This is the actual policies.
Okay.
And then there's also, what's the travel policy and there's travel policy attached.
He's got it. We're just gonna take a quick look at it.
That's fine.
It's very long.
Is it travel policy?
There's two. There's the travel policy, and then there's the travel policy attachment.
Or is there's two policies that we're referencing, is that correct?
Yeah, these are finance policies. The finance department, along with the executive team, has adopted some pretty up-to-date guidelines that includes how we pay for meals and how we pay for mileage for all city employees. And there's provisions for all of it that are not different than what's in the MOU. Casey, would you agree with that statement?
Well, I believe this is the only statement in the MOU.
Yeah. And so it is far more overarching. It talks about how we pay for hotels, how we pay for charge cards, how we pay for mileage, city vehicles, all that stuff.
Chief, our department policies reflective of this city policy?
Yeah, we
Any
would-
differences?
We refer that, or when we put in our travel policies, when we do that, we put the level of support provided by the department in that
That's all
policy.
within that. Would be no conflict, I'm getting that.
I don't. We probably ought to look at it, just to be sure. I'd like to say it's embedded within this, but I can't tell you 100% right now. So we could probably pull that up and look at it,
Okay, we'll do that during a caucus too.
but I'd like to be able to tell you for sure.
Is another question if there are any provisions of the city's policy that shouldn't apply to, you know what I'm saying? Like, flip it the other way of why wouldn't all of those provisions apply? I mean, maybe an option is to completely take this out of the IAFF.
Like no reference whatsoever.
I mean, I'm just saying if, because then it would apply.
Yeah, if the MOU's silent on it, then
Right.
the city policy's gonna apply.
But that's different than, I'll be quiet, I'm sorry.
Well, no, I think that's a consideration to make, to either reference the travel policy or just remove this short statement, knowing that meals and travel and all of that have a policy that guides city employees on that. And that it does include a meal reimbursement provision. I believe the meal reimbursement provision is a per diem based on where you're traveling to. And travel expenses are reimbursed, period, I think. Except there's some statements in there about daily expectations to return home if it's within a
Certain distance.
certain distance, like Topeka and Kansas City probably would not reimburse a hotel room. It would reimburse mileage, and it probably wouldn't pay for a airplane flight to Kansas City, if you could get one. But it would, I think it has some statements like that in there. But reviewing that policy is probably good for everybody. And you're also indicating there's a department policy on travel as well. So making sure all of those are where we want them to be, we should do that before actually agreeing to language here. Okay, so we will do that during caucus. If you want to pull up the same thing, do you need us to get the department policy and the city policy, or do you have those
We have,
available? And Chief, the same way, we have the two policies we can reference during caucus. Okay. And we can make that our lunchtime reading. Okay, so we'll come back to 9.9.2. 9.14 is employee conduct. I believe this is verbatim from the policy. And so I would propose that we copy the employee handbook policy over with that reference like we've talked
Yes,
about.
ma'am.
Casey?
This one gets discussed in management rights.
Yeah, we haven't got down there.
5,
Yeah.
when you get there. That's not on here, no. Okay. Oh, it is.
I think
Yeah, keep going.
Casey's typing. Let me know when you're ready, Casey. Are you okay, Casey?
No, I just deleted some stuff,
Oh, sorry, I wasn't sure whether that expression was done or
No.
frustration.
Sorry. with myself.
Oh, it looks like I got these out of order, too.
Lori, while we're waiting,
Little out of order.
which is not an issue, the only difference in the current contract language and the handbook language is a sentence that says employees are expected to adhere to the city mission statement. The existing language says city/department mission statement. It's not an issue for us, but just pointing out there is a difference,
Okay,
so.
tell me how many lines down we're at on it. Oops, I'm in the wrong section.
I believe that's actually
Oh,
the
here we go.
second sentence.
So it's that word /department or that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'll make a note of that, but I think we can do our TA and go back through and review it. We'll let you know if there's if under our final review, if we'd like to discuss that again. You're okay either way for now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Casey, are you good? Okay,
Well, our TA passed, right?
I think so.
Yes.
I mean, we've agreed that we're all gonna come back through with a
Mhm.
final
Mhm.
fine tooth comb.
Okay.
And if we need to, we'll discuss that again. Okay, and since I evidently was really interested in employee conduct and put it on the agenda twice, I will now backtrack to 9.13, personnel reduction, which the city's proposal was to use the city handbook language. I think we recognize that that is different,
Yes, ma'am.
and not as identical as maybe the vacation.
Can you describe the difference?
The city handbook language is minimal. Casey, can you bring that up and let me read it real quick?
What section?
It would be under separation, the very last section of the handbook. And I think there is a reduction in force statement in there. And the city handbook language says, the city has the authority to terminate any employee because of lack of funds or curtailment of work after giving notice of at least 90 days to the employee. And that is the complete statement. The IAFF language currently in the MOU, it says the chief may separate any employee because of lack of funds or curtailment of work after giving at least 14 calendar day notice to such employee. And then that's kind of the end of the similarities. No full-time regular employees shall be separated from the department. However, while there are provisional training, part-time and temporary employees serving in the same class position in the department. Oh, it's a provision on separation when there's provisional or part-time employees still on board. Initial reductions will be limited to employees with less than 36 months of service based on the reduction criteria developed by the chief and provided to the union. If we keep it, we'd want to update that language. Should additional reductions be required, reductions shall be made in reverse order for total years of service to the city. And there are more provisions. I can, if you'd like me to read through
That's
this.
not.
Okay.
I see it.
Okay, so it is significantly different. And our proposal was to move to the handbook language. I suppose it still stands.
So we stand by our perspective that outlining the process is an issue of safety, and therefore it is a working condition and should stay in the agreement.
What parts are safety related?
The order in which the staffing would be reduced. It would begin with the newest, least experienced, and least trained members. And then it also addresses how the order in which members would be rehired.
Chiefs, do you have any comment as to the safety issue?
Well, we believe obviously there's a value in seniority and experience, that based upon years of service. But we do believe that obviously as paramedics, as firefighters, when they initially come out, obviously they don't have the experience level of a seasoned firefighter. They do meet the minimum requirements as defined by NFPA 10.001, and those certification requirements when they come out.
So now draw the distinction between the two proposals.
Well, as I look at the two proposals between the cities and the counties, the cities and the IAFFs, the big difference to me is, as I look at the timelines, the cities, I think it's 45 days for theirs, and I was trying to look it up to look at it, and I think ours states that it can be done in, does it say 15 days or something?
14 days.
14 days. So that's one of the big areas that's a noticeable difference to me.
Would we ever on occasion want to, we haven't really drawn a distinction between job classifications. Would there be an instance when we would want to retain less senior paramedics versus more senior AEMTs in order to provide appropriate services to the community? And maybe that allows for it in here, I'd have to read it more carefully, but that's a scenario that I could think of off the top of my head, that under the city's policy would allow you to outline the scenario for reduction in staff along with the city manager, based on whatever the community needs are at the moment, and safety, and anything else that would be appropriate criteria. And this is pretty distinctly outlined as to how we would move through it.
Well, one of the important things, obviously, is we have to still be able to continue to operate at the level of service that we've been asked to provide to the city and county. And so we still need paramedics to ride ambulances. We need AMTs to ride ambulances. So I think there'd be many considerations that have to take place in that discussion.
I think also there's consider officers. We also want to get rid of all the officers. So I think those are part of that discussion.
Mhm.
You know, within those ranks or within those certain paramedics or AMTs.
Right, and that's what's given the chief that opportunity to do that, so it's spelled out like it is right here.
I think it does in that second line. I think it does give. I think it does allow for that where it talks about serving in the same class or position in the department.
Can you read it for us real quick?
It says, "No full-time regular employees shall be separated from the department. However, while there are provisional training part-time or temporary employees serving the same class position in the department," and then it goes on to list in the following sentences, after that is completed, then it would be 36 months of service. The way I understand that, it would, with regards to maintaining correct classifications to continue service to the city of Lawrence, that would be, it fits within those parameters.
So it would be your interpretation that the chief and the city manager would look at all our various job classifications. So we have, within firefighter, we have 2 classifications, and then the extra board. Within engineer, we have 2, within lieutenant, we have 2, and then we have captain, division chief, and chief, that we would go through, and based on keeping an appropriate ratio for service to the community, for command structure, for safety, that the reductions would be looked at in all of those categories independently. And I think by this statement, what I'm hearing is that the extra board, which has its own classification, would be this provisional or part-time. I don't know. Am I hearing that the extra board would be considered part of the same class and position for the purposes of this, or would that be outside of that? And how would paramedics versus AMTs? I guess I have 2 questions there.
So the way I
On the
understand
slide.
this is that, as far as maintaining the correct number of classifications and addressing it from there, it allows, it doesn't limit that discussion, but I imagine, from our understanding, extra board would be in that provisional category or part-time category.
Okay. So you would consider that same class as either an AEMT or a paramedic firefighter?
No, I would put them in as a provisional or part-time employee,
Okay.
training part-time. Would you guys agree?
Provision, part-time.
Things to consider would be, possibly a demotion. You could demote a lieutenant back to an engineer or something like that, if that was the case. You don't necessarily have to get rid of the newest lieutenant or the newest captain or the newest chief. You can also have promotions in that process too.
So wouldn't it be an important process to look at the entire system as a whole, and maybe not just one facet of it, because we have multiple components within our department: prevention, training, admin, EMS, all those different missions that have to take place. And so I think it'd be important that whoever's in charge has the ability to look at all those missions to see how they're impacted if there was a employee reduction that takes place. And so you'd have to look at all components of it to see where it is and how it'd be impacted. And so I think it's imperative that whoever's in charge has that ability to look at it, because there may be areas that be reduced that impact another area, and not just be based on seniority. And I guess as it relates to seniority, is that seniority in position, as you said, seniority in rank, how is all that laid out? But it really should be based upon how do we continue to deliver our mission within our department, and how can we get that done?
And Chief, I think the resolution supports that, because it sets forth in section 5 what the scope of discussion is appropriate, and it says that certain things are management rights and are not subject to discussion. And I think relieving employees for duty for lack of funds or lack of work, which is subparagraph E, definitely falls within that category. Also, hire, promoting, transferring, assigning, and retaining employees is listed, so I question whether this is appropriate. for
Yeah,
discussion.
and to that comment, Tony, we don't disagree that that section is clearly in the resolution, but again, this is a working condition for us, not necessarily a management right. So we do believe it warrants a discussion and having a section within our MOU. And we don't feel that the current language limits the chief's ability to lay off. There's a process outline to maintain safety, having safe senior employees, but those conversations of maintaining the mission for the cities of Lawrence, but I don't feel that this language limits that.
So Seamus, what would happen if the chief made a decision that was not in keeping with this part of the agreement?
Can you be more specific about that?
If we were in a situation where there had to be a reduction in force, and for whatever management reason, the chief said, well, I'm sorry, but this person that has more than 36 months of service is gonna go before people who don't, what would the IAF's response be?
Well, there'd
Oh,
have
that's
to be
your
a
management, right?
Casey,
Or-
there'd have to be a conversation about that as pertains to, are we continuing the mission of the department and maintaining safety? Because safety, again, is a working condition.
But I guess my question is there time for that conversation, or should the person in charge of the department be the one making that decision?
Well, I think we'd certainly be open to expanding that 14-day notice to a larger number, so there would be time for that conversation.
That was a speculative argument at best. We don't know what would happen. And it also mentions that on the initial layoffs are 36 months or less. It doesn't say that all layoffs are 36 months or less.
Would this be a fair statement to say that this is more of a management right discussion under the next section, and that possibly I have located in the wrong section of this discussion?
That's what I'd say.
Okay, let me move 9.13 down into new business part B, because I think from everything I'm hearing here, it's not an employee handbook language as much as it is a management right discussion. Would that be acceptable?
We'll have to have the same conversation, Seamus, whether it's there or here, but.
Yeah. Okay. I would propose, let's see, that takes us down to the grievance procedure, which I put here as a handbook discussion, but I also think it has some larger discussion, and that I'm very happy to locate it down under the I don't know if it's a management right discussion as much as it is two different positions on what it should contain, but can I put that later on another agenda?
Yes, ma'am.
We did have it listed as both a management right and internal equity issue.
Yeah.
That's almost a topic unto itself.
Yeah.
It takes up, what, 6 or 7 pages of the agreement.
So the last section under here then would be 9.24, the voluntary demotion, and let me see why I put it on this list. Oh, this might be a little bit, does everybody find that? Okay. This might, based on the notes that we have highlighted here, we're referencing department policy as an appendix. So this might be,
Where are we at here? 2.4.
as I recall, it's what, about a 2-page policy?
Yes, ma'am.
And so our statement would be, if we're following our methodology, is copy pasting that policy into this MOU and indicating that it is a replica of the department policy instead of a replica of the employee handbook.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I don't know if I have a Word version of that right here, but if we make those updates and bring that back in another round, is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we'll let everybody take a look at that when it actually gets in there. How does that sound? Okay, that is the end of the employee handbook and related appendix topics under new business A that I had identified last night, and it is 3 minutes until 12. So I guess, Dean, I would propose that we take a lunch break until 1 o'clock.
We can get behind that proposal.
All righty, let's TA that
We
one.
can permanently TA.
Let's TA that one, and we'll see you at 1 o'clock.
Great, thank you.
Okay, are we all good?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Kurt, I think we're ready to go whenever you are. Good afternoon. Hope everybody had a good lunch.
We're
I
either
think-
energized or ready for a nap.
Caucus for nap time, huh? So I think we finished 4A and we moved to 4B, which are some of the discussion on the management rights. So I think I tried to group those together a little bit, starting with Article 3. I don't know if, Tom, we have any just overall discussion, or if we just kind of want to talk about these
I
individually.
would say that, you know, that our logic or our position on this goes back to the adopting resolution establishing.
Just a moment.
Goes back to the resolution which establishes the ability of employee groups to enter into MOU discussions. And there's a fairly definitive statement, I think, on management rights. And, I mean, it even goes so far as to suggest that you really aren't even supposed to be discussing them, I think is the language in the provision in the resolution. And I think that there's certain provisions that we noted during the review of the agreement that clearly are contrary to what that statement regarding management rights is. So I think that's the preface for what we're doing and how we raised that issue regarding the MOU with the firefighters. So.
Tom, I guess our comment to that is, you know, we've expressed previously that, you know, they're already in the MOU. We believe most, if not all, are working conditions, and that the interpretation, you know, can be implied a little vague here, as opposed to, excuse me, when it comes to managers' rights, there's many that will fit under working conditions as we further these conversations. But we are here in good faith to have that conversation with you, as we realize it's an issue.
Yeah, and what I'd say is, you know, you mentioned safety and the condition of safety and the concern with all of that. I think safety is one of the elements that a manager, a chief, has to consider in establishing what direction they're going to go with the department and the rules and regs that they would impose on the department. And with so many things in management, if you have the authority, I think the more important part of the authority is the responsibility. And management rights establish authority, but more importantly, in my opinion, establish responsibility. So in making those determinations, I expect a good manager, a good department head, a good fire chief, division chiefs to consider the views of the employees as regards safety. And they have to consider economics, and they have to consider working conditions, and they have to consider all those things in those decisions. But when you talk about the actual decisions, those are pretty clearly spelled out in this resolution as to them being management rights and under the exclusive purview of the management. In this case, to me, that means the fire chief and clearly the managers of the department, the division chiefs and the captains. Now, whether that has been the way that process has worked in the past, I really can't say. But like I said, good management reaches to all of the employees to discuss issues of safety and economics and how we do our business in promulgating policy. And I think that's expected in all the departments by all the department heads. I guess philosophically, we probably have a difference of opinion on this. I don't reject in hand the need for us to communicate and have an understanding with the association and the others that I mentioned in determining what those policies are. But it's pretty clear in this resolution that those are the prerogative of the management. Yes,
One thing.
sure.
I would also note that the resolution does define what working conditions is under the resolution, and it says it's those conditions of employment that can reasonably be changed through good faith discussion, but which are not management rights. So I know you have brought up State Department definitions of working conditions and such, but I think we operate under this resolution, and we're trying to stay true to that resolution.
Mm-hmm.
And then, in response to your argument or your position that, well, it's already in the agreement, I would just note that the agreement does expire at the end of this year.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we're here to discuss
Mm-hmm.
all provisions of the agreement.
Yeah, and Tony, I understand your point of view, but again, we talk a lot about responsibility and authority and expectations. This MOU is an opportunity to not just have expectations, but ensure that it happens, ensure that these safety things happen. And I don't think a lot of these proposals, and again, we can talk about philosophy for as long as we want, but it is our before we get into this, but it is our philosophy that it is possible to create language with respect to those management rights, and then do handle the working conditions aspects of these sections that the city has brought forth. So.
The first section that I put on the agenda was back to the Article 3 successors. And the last, we had a little bit of conversation with it with our previous discussion on low-hanging fruit. I like how that's an official title of a section. But we had some conversation, and you had made a counter proposal to our original proposal, and you had indicated that you were agreeable to the city's language with the exception of "and all existing unwritten practices." We did go discuss this during one of the caucuses that we had, and we would be very interested in receiving a list of those unwritten practices that you would like included in this section, rather than just eliminating the wording entirely on all existing unwritten practices. We would like to know what kinds of things we're referring to. So I would really ask that during one of the caucuses, if you could list some of those and bring those back to us for some discussion on what things you might have in mind that exist.
So by the language that's included in the agreement, it says all existing unwritten practices. So if they exist, we must have knowledge of them, and if we have knowledge of them, we should be able to delineate them and include them, quite frankly, in the agreement, so that we don't have to guess what they are, whether it's your guess or our guess. We want to know what they are.
Okay.
I think part of the point for this entire section for us is that, as you said, this is our opportunity to come together and discuss things, and that whatever we walk away from these discussions with and have archived in this document is what both parties have agreed to move forward with. And it's, if we have something that we're doing currently that, in 6 months we come back and we go to implement this and say, oh, but we've always been doing this, that's something that if we've always been doing this, and we know what those are, that we talk about them now, and we either include them or not include them, so that they don't carry forward without acknowledging them. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Article, I presume you want to talk about that a little bit more,
Yes, ma'am.
or we would propose our language if we wanted to TA it.
Well, we understand that the issue is the "and all existing unwritten practices."
Mhm.
We're asking for examples of those. So
We're
we'll-
asking for
Yes,
examples
ma'am.
of those, yes.
ma'am. So
Okay,
we'll
Do
talk
that.
and try to provide those for you.
perfect, thank you. Article 4 is the memorandum procedures. I did make one note in here, Casey, most of the way down, 2/3 of the way down, where we've referenced the IAFF president to add the local 1596 to our proposed language. Maybe you did it already. But in addition to that, this is the discussion, Dean, back to, this is our opportunity to have the conversations. We feel like it's very important to have some sort of opportunity to have a letter of understanding if there is something that, again, in January, when we go to implement all of these things, that we say, oh yeah, but we didn't think about this. And for all of us to come together and quickly and efficiently be able to say, this is our understanding, and sign off on it. And also have something, if there is, that it is big enough that it needs to be a reopener, or come back to the table to clarify in a more formal setting. But we feel that that's an important thing to start including in these documents. And as we've mentioned before, we have used it. We incorporated it into the LPOA agreement last year, and in January, it was a very, very handy and effective tool for getting things outlined when it came to administering the document.
Okay. Laura, if I understand correctly, the city interprets current language as not providing that opportunity and proposed language as providing that opportunity?
Or more clearly,
Or-
providing it,
okay.
possibly.
I'm unclear as to what the existing language means at the end where it says, and shall be subject to all the provisions of this memorandum. That if we're amending the memorandum, how is it so I guess part of our interest too was cleaning up the meaning of what the existing language says.
Do you have any particular concerns with this section that you'd like to address with us? Or like to hear more about? I mean, our thoughts on it are pretty straightforward, that
Okay.
this is a mechanism for us to be able to use
Yes,
going
ma'am.
forward.
Our thoughts were that the current language helps create, this agreement is binding, and our concern with the new language is that it's subject to be changed.
Oh, I see.
Additionally, something I was supposed to ask as we started.
But only by mutual understanding.
Okay, and that would
Not
be a
unilaterally.
follow-up question there, and I'm gonna make a note of that.
Okay.
Does Article 3 and Article 4, we're talking, and we can continue discussing this, we're not gonna get hung up on it, but these fall under management rights, or this is just conditions of negotiations, right? Just of an agreement?
Well, it could be, and I'm happy to defer those to another section if you like. I started
can still
making
talk, I'm just-
another list,
Yes.
but last night I was trying to put together the list of things that I thought had some management rights, and you're right, that didn't have any notes on it. I just, I don't know why I put them in there.
I think
Maybe
it's
because it
more-
was 8 o'clock at night
I'm
last
just trying to
night.
understand it
Yeah.
better, I don't mean that.
Yeah.
to be a
I think it's
negative.
more process. I wouldn't consider it management rights. It's a bilateral provision that, in my opinion, offers an additional opportunity for both parties to clarify, not even de minimis, but minor issues that always come up after these agreements are entered into, whether here or any other place I've been. And this gives us a mechanism to resolve them, reduce them to writing, and attach them to the agreement. And at some point in the future, you can take all those, and if additional language to the agreement's necessary, you can add it. If they rise to the level of amendment, then it probably, and that's the problem. I think right now, there's some question whether any change rises to the level of amendment. And if you know, recognizing that, an amendment, I would guess, would require ratification of your membership on your side, and it would require a commission vote on our side. And some items just don't rise to that level. And so, we're running into that right now with the LPOA, and we just signed that agreement, and I think we've already signed off on 3, and they've added
More
a
than
couple more. And one we think is probably rising to the level of a full amendment, but the others, you know, we can probably get resolution by letter of understanding. That's what this is about, nothing more than that. And it takes both sides.
Yes, sir. Well, we really appreciate the elaborating on your perspective. We have given this a lot of attention. I know it doesn't seem like much in the contract because it's simplified language, but we are very attentive to it and do require some more discussion on our side.
Okay.
On that Article 4, is it that last sentence, or I guess it's all in one sentence, but the last part of that sentence, is that the concern that somehow that by not putting that wording in there, that the city and union are not subject to all the provisions of this memorandum?
Well, at a glance, yes, sir. We're just trying to make sure the new language has the same intent. But the city manager has elaborated quite a bit and provided a better understanding. So,
Do you think Article 3 maybe is conveying that, when it talks about subject to all the provisions of the memorandum, that Article 3 addresses that? Where it says, is the controlling document superseding all agreements between the county and constitutes the entire, between the parties pursuant to Article 4 and Article 6, the entire memorandum of understanding?
yes, sir. At a glance, the language isn't something that we just want to make sure is really what I'm going to say. Otherwise, we would have told you in very straightforward terms that we believe that it was stating something different than the intent of the existing language. We're just trying to make sure.
Okay. Okay, that sounds good. The next one I put on the list was Article 5, Representation, Section 5.1. Let's see, the city had proposed some language. The IAFF had proposed counter proposal that eliminated the last sentence of the city's proposal, but other than that was the same. I, again, took this back to the group, and we talked about it in our caucus, and we do feel like that last sentence that begins with notwithstanding is important, as it does address the resolution, and this is a part of our resolution, and we do feel like that language is something that we should keep. I guess it's the last 2 sentences of the city proposal.
I would suggest to you that that was added in part because of the number of provisions that we did find that we believe to be in conflict with the resolution. And we felt that some additional emphasis about the resolution was necessary so that as we go through this agreement from year to year, or you do in the future with the next manager and staff, that there's a constant reminder that you have to stay true to that resolution.
Do we think these last 2 sentences are already implied with at the very beginning, where it says pursuant to City of Lawrence, Kansas Resolution 6817?
Well, I obviously added emphasis.
Yes, sir, you're
because-
right.
Because that is
Mm-hmm.
in there, and I try to be very clear about why I did that, so
Mm-hmm.
that's why it's in there.
Okay.
You want to caucus on this, or you want to keep going?
At worst, it's redundant.
Mm-hmm.
At best, it's, from my perspective, it's a reminder.
Reminder, okay. Unless the team is requesting a caucus right now, we'd like to just have some time to look at this, but we can keep moving forward. If you guys want to talk about it right now.
Okay, yes, that would be fine.
And I have those notes of the city's perspective for us to
Okay, thank you.
consider.
Article 6. I kind of left the rest of this article for another category, I guess. The rest of Article 5, maybe on union business or something, if you want to put that together. But then, so I went straight to Article 6. Tell me if you think differently on that. And Article 6 was another section where we just, and maybe it's organization, because we referred to it under successors as this really being what this MOU is, and that it is, that superseding all other agreements is outlined in this memorandum of understanding. We really feel like this wording clarifies a little better what we're trying to accomplish with possibly the prevailing rights that were the previous section name with it. And I don't know if you have anything to add, Tom, on this one. Here.
I think this clause, as comprehensive as it is written, tie bars back into the conversation about the ability to, what the process is for a letter of understanding or a memorandum. And I think it was Seamus's comments about, we have the opportunity to come here and discuss all those things. So, even though we do, something can get missed, and so those other provisions have been added. That's why we looked at this probably first and then came back and added that other provision, so that there was a clear procedure about potential things that get confused or something we didn't consider in adopting the provision is able to be addressed. And if it's minor, it's a letter of understanding. If it's significant, it's an amendment. And they have two different procedures to follow. I think they're pretty clearly spelled out, but these kind of tie bar back together.
Yeah, I made a little note on my agenda that Article 3, 4, and 6 are kind of a package,
Okay.
and maybe more accurately portrayed as process and boundaries around this agreement than anything else.
Okay. Well, we'd like to look at those, really like a package, as you suggest, and weigh what we've heard so far,
Okay,
and get back to you.
that would be good.
Okay,
Thank you. And then the next one I put on there was Article 7, which is policies and procedures, which maybe we also tie into this as a process
Okay.
where it really outlines that outside of this agreement, that we agree to follow department policies and procedures, and that those are in effect if they're not addressed in the MOU and there's any department policy or city policy or employee handbook or any other policy and procedure, that those are applicable when they're outside the scope of this agreement. And I do kind of all four go together.
Okay. Laura, are there any others that we feel like fit into that category of process and could be considered as a package?
These were the other ones that I pulled out as
Mhm.
management rights last night. I made this list unilaterally at my desk last night. So I think that's a good question for the group to look at.
Actually, Dean, in just scanning them, I don't, maybe the living document,
Okay.
and what's Article 14? It's probably some conclusive language.
Article 13, this is the
14.
rights of the employer and employee. And we have proposed to strike it, and this is what's there currently. So yeah, it might be process included with the others.
Because it's all stated in the resolution, yeah. I think living document probably plays into that too, Dean,
Okay.
and maybe 14 too.
Okay, so Article 13, Article 14,
Yeah.
we'll add that.
I think you should look at those in context to each other.
May we address those two articles now, skip
13 and 14,
ahead?
sure.
And then we'll request a caucus and we'll look at these as a package.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah.
Our
that's fine.
interest is to reach agreements and to
Mhm.
keep this moving forward. Not, the caucus isn't meant to delay things.
No, I
We just
understand.
do it now, and I
Yeah.
think that, like I said, we've given it extensive attention, and so our discussion should really be just to incorporate what we've heard
Okay.
this afternoon.
Yeah, I think that's perfect. So skipping ahead to Article 13, the living document, I think the city's proposal to strike 13 is purely because we feel like the proposed wording in Article 4 that the city has put forth covers everything in 13. So it doesn't need to be in duplicate spots.
So Article 4 covers Article 13.
Yes.
Yes. And I think that would be all sections of Article 13. And I think our feeling with Article 14, rights of the employer and employee, is that our proposal is to strike that from the agreement because we feel like it's all contained in our resolution, the applicable provisions related to this topic. And
So Article 14 covered by the resolution. Okay.
But to be fair, there could be, our language, I would consider altering our language to make reference to the resolution as well.
Okay.
And to be fair, you could spell out what those provisions are, like I've asked to be done with management rights.
I don't think we have anything, unless you have questions, I don't think we have anything
You were
to add.
suggesting a caucus, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I'll make sure
How-
we don't have questions.
But let me ask you something before you go into.
Yes,
it.
sir.
We had talked about other items to be caucus too. So is this,
We did.
are we gonna do a cumulative caucus on all those things?
Well, we can do both.
I would think it makes some sense
Okay.
before we jump into more stuff and find
Mhm.
ourselves
Mhm.
shelving things and missing what we were gonna caucus about. So there were some things earlier this morning that we thought we would want to caucus about too. Some were from us, some, well, they're probably mutual either way.
Yeah, I have.
If you can reiterate what those
Yeah,
were.
I have two things, now I do have some sections that we want to come back for more discussion later, but the two things that I had marked that the city would like to caucus on was some discussion on the wellness time off, section 9.7, and out of city training, that might have been an IAFF wanted to review and caucus when we talked about the mileage, the administrative policy with the mileage and meals.
Mhm.
And then, I think the others we were actually gonna come back to for discussion rather than a caucus. Is that?
This will probably take more of your time because you're looking at the heavy provisions that you noted were combined, we noted that were combined. So why don't should we take a half hour? And what I would suggest, Dean, is that instead of us all trying to just be up here at the same time, if you're gonna run over, that you call
Okay.
Lori. If we're gonna run over, Lori will call you, so we don't have to all rush up here. And if we need more
Okay,
time, we'll just
absolutely.
take it.
And I'll double check numbers before.
I was gonna say,
before
you
break.
presume that Dooney has my phone number.
I'll bet he does.
I don't know, if I give you my personal cell or not. I will be happy to exchange it with you.
First,
Yes, sir.
the caucus items,
Thank you.
we'll walk through ours first. Go ahead.
Okay. We talked first about 9.7.4, which was the wellness time off. And when we were discussing it a little earlier, we had some questions about the policy versus this statement. The city would like to propose a revision to our proposed language, and that is to add to the end of our proposed language, after shift commander, per department policy. Still with the commitment to align department policy with the overtime staffing discussion in sentence 1.
Questions?
If department policy should change, does that change the,
It would change everything except the items called out in this, in the previous sentences here.
But what's the relevant part of that policy that's applicable here? One person,
It just says one person.
that's
okay,
That's
the
the
provision.
conversation.
okay.
Jason, you have a comment?
I'm thinking, no, not right now.
Okay.
Okay. That continues to be the one interest, is that one per shift.
Okay,
That right now the shift commanders are enforcing per policy.
yes, ma'am.
The other section was, I think we said we would go back and talk about the out-of-city training reimbursement, section 9.9.2. And we would propose to alter our proposed language, contract language to read, out-of-city training is administered pursuant to the, and this is where our change comes in, department administrative policy, strike the title of the city policy, which is attached in the appendix of this agreement.
And that defines what you're currently following, as I understand it. The difference between city policy and this policy is that there's 3 levels of training.
Yes, sir.
And the third level wasn't identified in the city policy. We said rather than try and manipulate that old policy, we'll just leave it the way it is and
Okay.
adopt that policy. Questions?
No, sir.
And that was, according to my notes, I think the only 2 that we were gonna look at during caucus.
Do you want to consider those and?
We'll just look at those real quick. I mean, after this meeting, we'll look at them and come back next meeting with the TA or not.
Okay,
Thank
that
you.
sounds good.
Thank you.
Well, if I could go off script for a second.
Yes, sir.
The next meeting, we'd like to propose the hours be, instead of what they are, 9 to 1 and skip lunch.
Okay, we'll discuss that and let you know at the end of this meeting.
Okay.
Okay, sounds good.
Is that Saturday?
It's
Mhm.
Saturday.
And currently, we're scheduled 9:30 to 3:30, and we
Mhm.
propose 9 to 1.
Oh,
No,
okay.
no lunch with the 9 to 1.
Yeah, I got that. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And then we'll listen to your caucus items.
Yes, sir. So we appreciate the extended time. It was well spent, so we hope you guys notice that. We can't, so let me get my notes out. So where are we at? Okay. So we'll refer to these as the package.
Okay.
And if we review these packages, they do address this memorandum process as it's been retitled in Article 4 and outlines how to address those things that come up after the agreement begins. But we are concerned about Section 13.1.2 from Article 13, which the city has stated is covered in Article 4. It says, if mutual understanding is not reached, the union and the city agree that the grievance procedure is available. We want to ensure, we can TA all the proposed language, but we want to ensure that we are able to grieve violations to the MOU to include binding arbitration. I'm concerned if we strike Article 13 with the assumption that it's covered as Article 4, we'll lose that ability.
So your proposal is Article 13, strike everything except 13.1.2. Is that what
Or
I'm
find a
hearing?
way to
Or-
include that in the language of the other articles that we believe are covering Article 13.
And that's a major sticking point for us, the binding arbitration. Binding arbitration isn't contemplated at all in the resolution. Final decisions on anybody else's grievance procedure, I think, rest with what the city commission ultimately, ultimately. And the commission, I'm trying to recall what our argument was on that issue, that differences on this agreement. Differences on this agreement have a progression from sitting at this table, TAing, getting things agreed, then bringing in a federal mediator, which is not binding, but, and I'm pretty confident it'll run the same way if we get there this year, where they do this shuttle diplomacy back and forth. And then if you still have procedures or provisions that are not agreed to, you exchange, and if that doesn't work, then it goes to the city commission. That's what I meant by items going to the commission. Binding arbitration, how it got into this agreement, I don't know. I don't know what those discussions were. But my read of that resolution that authorized the MOUs is clearly not contemplating an outside party beyond the city commission to resolve any of these disputes. It's between the IAFF in this particular agreement, the city management team. It then goes to potential mediation, and then it goes ultimately to the commission for any binding determination. And so that's going to be a major sticking point for us.
Okay.
Did you want to comment, Tony?
No, I mean, I think you said it fine. It's just the resolution sets forth that these discussions are permitted by this resolution, and the governing body believes that labor relations or employee relations are best done at the local level, and a binding arbitration is certainly not consistent with that. And we really want to keep our relationship with our employees at the local level.
We agree that the grievance procedure allows that. And I believe most cases would be handled at the local level. But if we just didn't agree, and I'm talking specifically about contract language, on what it says, we find interest in having the third party come in and determine what the contract language says. Because that's what it would be. So I think that we can handle it. There are several steps in the grievance procedure to just allow us to address, communicate, and handle things before it got to that point.
If we left this section for further discussion on the grievance procedure, would you be willing to TA the remaining sections of that package?
We can TA this package, Lori, with the understanding that it is, you know, pending, like it's a grievance, that grievance piece.
Pending that grievance piece?
Yes, ma'am. So that is as we've described, it has been described as a sticking point. It is a sticking point for us as well.
I'm sure that's gonna go right down to the wire.
Okay.
Then, while you are discussing the meeting time, if we take one more caucus before we adjourn
Okay.
today, we will go back and discuss whether an even more tentative TA on these sections is possible, knowing that it's gonna come up again.
Yes, ma'am.
So what I'm hearing is that if our discussions on the grievance procedure and the binding arbitration and those sections in there, we can come to some sort of resolution, that the rest of the language in this package is acceptable to you, whenever that resolution is reached during these discussions. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Like, we accept the language as proposed, pending the ability to agree violations of the contract with binding arbitration.
But there's other provisions in the grievance procedure that we have concerns about as well. One is the class action grievance versus the employee grievance, and that is addressed in the resolution as well, that they're supposed to be employee-based, not class action-based, so.
So where the city's position is on
Mhm.
this is that this has to be part of a bigger conversation.
Okay.
And as we're all hearing, we both parties have concerns on opposite ends of the fence about this grievance procedure for union grievances. And that has not come to resolution. And I don't think the city can have that come to resolution until we have a greater conversation, and who knows what that resolution will be.
What I
I-
would suggest we would do is that, these items are, you know, these items have been exchanged, but they're subject to resolution of the grievance procedure. So that we're not even TAing it, but
Okay.
it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to go back to it at this point until we've addressed the grievance procedure issue and find out if, you know, if we can get to any kind of acceptable language between us. That's what I hear you folks
Yes, sir.
saying, so that's fine.
Casey, does that make sense in your notes?
There's a number of items.
13.1.2. Sorry, I'm gonna make it a little, so I can try to get it all on there at the same time. Exchange subject to review of grievance procedure.
And I think we would put that under several other items as well.
I have Article 3, Article 4, Article 6, Article 7, Article 13, and Article 14.
Yes.
Is
Is that what you heard, Dean?
Yes, ma'am.
consistent?
What we were referring to as the package.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, rather than wait to the end of this session, do you want to take a few minutes and discuss what we offered originally? I think, at least from what I've heard from your side, those seem to be somewhat acceptable.
Originally on,
The language, for
For
all
the
those
two-
articles included in the package?
No. The ones that we
Oh.
caucused about.
Oh, yes,
Those
sir.
two
Yes, sir.
items.
Yes, sir. We can do that real quick.
Yeah.
okay,
Absolutely.
that sounds great. I like the,
What's that?
And it's scheduled for Saturday.
I like the texting idea. Okay, Kurt, I think are we ready?
Yep.
Okay. I think we're ready. Okay. So I'll let you go.
Okay, a couple things. We can agree with the change to meeting time for Saturday.
Excellent. 9 to 1?
Yes, ma'am.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
And then the two other items were the well leave and travel policy, correct? So we can TA the travel policy where it
Okay.
just talks about following the department's travel policy.
Yeah, 9.9.2.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
But then with the one about, I keep saying well leave, wellness time off. Our concern is that the department's policy, though is supposed to be updated, isn't currently updated. And so right now it's really just a potential policy. And so when we,
I've got myself confused. One moment.
okay,
So you're able to TA 9.7.4. Is that correct? I'm sorry, I'm just totally on numbers.
I think it's,
let's just get to it and we'll slow down a little bit.
yeah.
So 9.7.4,
That's wellness time off.
we're not able to TA.
Not able to TA. Okay.
The language that says per department policy, that's referencing,
So do you have a
a-
suggested counter?
well, we're just concerned because it's really, the department policy we would be agreeing to is, it still has to be updated. And so it's a potential policy, because it hasn't technically been updated,
Okay.
so.
Chiefs, your response to that?
Well, I guess it's that whole provision, I'll let Chief Green talk, but it's kind of like, well, the MOU speaks to one thing and the policy speaks to the other. So your concern is the policy, our concern is the MOU.
But the issue that we're concerned about, as I understood it, is one off, right? So could we instill language that is specific to that issue in here? At this time?
I think we could in
Yeah.
9.7.4.
And would that get you to?
Just add
TA?
that one, that sentence of how many people are
Yeah.
allowed off, yes, sir,
That'd do it?
yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right.
So eliminate the words,
You'll have other chances to have agreements in the future. You can talk about policies and
Okay.
stuff.
so the city proposed language that ends at shift commander, but insert prior to that, wellness time off may be taken in 1 to 24-hour segments.
By one individual at a time.
Let me find the policy, we can,
Okay.
Yeah, something like that.
What are you writing there, Casey?
I wrote no overlapping, that was the word I heard before, people talked about that people couldn't overlap, but
After, part segments.
Isn't there a simpler way of saying it? That doesn't make,
probably, I think
It's time
Doug
off
was
may
gonna
be
look in
taken
the
in
policy.
taken in
maybe.
1 to 24.
I think it's no more than
it
one.
says, policy says only one member will be allowed off on wellness leave at a time during a single 24-hour shift.
Okay, let's put
That's
that in
pretty
there,
That's what that
exactly.
is. That's what it is, right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Only one member will be allowed off on wellness time off.
And then what?
Single 24-hour shift.
At a time, maybe, only one at a time.
I think whatever's in your policy, we should type directly into this, so
Yeah,
And
there's
that's
no
exactly what it
conflict.
says.
Mhm.
Only one
Yeah.
member will be allowed off
Because then you can go back to practice if there's an
on
interpretation
wellness
issue.
time off during a single 24-hour shift. I changed it to wellness time off.
Instead of
What's your concern?
well,
Yeah, I see what Aaron's saying a little bit, because really what happens in a 24-hour period, you could actually have somebody off from 07 in the morning to 1900 hours, and then another person off, that person comes back, and somebody else leave from
Okay.
1900 to 07.
So what does, Aaron, what are you suggesting? At a time?
Yeah, only one member at a time.
Okay. Is the rest of the membership okay with that?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So,
We okay with that?
yeah,
All right,
that was good.
good
So
compromise.
one member will be allowed off on wellness time off at,
Only one member at a time will be allowed off.
Yeah.
only one member at a time will be allowed off on wellness time off. There's a lot of offs in there, but I think I understand it.
Yeah, allowed to use wellness time?
During 24 hours.
Can
Will
we
be-
just put,
Will be approved for wellness time off.
Yeah, let's get this right.
Only one member at a time will be,
let's put that to the next sentence. Only one member will be off at a time, may be taken during, 1 to 24 hour, no, it's not working there.
what does the language say currently?
Currently, it says, let me find it again, one member will be allowed off on wellness leave time at a time, hold on. I lost it.
Let's stay as close
Let
to
me
the
highlight
policy
it.
language as we can, keeping what Aaron has mentioned in mind.
Just off
There you go. So only one member will be allowed off on wellness leave at a time during a single 24-hour shift.
So just change single 24-hour shift to something else, but keep the rest of the language the same. Because that's the concern, right, Aaron?
No.
I think Aaron's okay with what was just stated. Right, Aaron?
We should say, only one member at a, we should probably say, only one member at a time will be allowed off on wellness leave during a single 24-hour shift.
Yeah.
That's okay?
That's what I had typed. I'm really confused now.
It was the at a time, the first part of that sentence that you had originally.
Okay, read it again and have Casey type.
Or you could take that baby right up there.
Only one member at a time will be allowed off on wellness leave during a 24-hour shift, single 24-hour shift. Sound good?
Okay,
You gotta
everybody stop
back
reading
up,
that
you don't
again.
have it yet.
You said wellness leave, it says wellness time, is that?
Yep, that's right.
Well, wellness leave's what's in your policy, because that was our whole conversation before, what does
Mm-hmm.
wellness leave mean? But we're changing that word wellness leave to wellness time off,
Okay.
because that's the
policy, with our new wording, we need to change the policy
wellness
to
time off
reflect the city's.
verbiage of wellness.
Well, this is the prevailing document.
So change those two things.
Too many documents.
This is in line with the department's policy and practice. The verbiage is more, it reflects the city handbook and then, and the practice, so.
We're good
So when
with
that
this?
policy is finally updated, it'll
Again,
have
it's a
the,
TA.
It'll have
yes, sir, the handbook language, the way it's written, and then the what's actually practiced, so.
So is everyone good with that last sentence, what we have up there?
Okay, and then the other item that,
Okay, and the other item that I was getting confused on, that was 9.9.2. And that was the one on training.
Yes, ma'am, we can TA that.
We're ready to TA.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I got myself totally confused. And that one's TA'd reading, out-of-city training is administered pursuant to the department administrative policy, which is attached in the appendix of this agreement.
Need to attach, do you want the
I don't know,
policy
do you-
attached to the agreement?
Do you
Or
want
can it
it?
just be the policy? Because we refer to several other places in policies and we don't say they're attached to.
That's true. We said
That's
it.
okay then.
Okay. Okay, so it's good at out-of-city training is administered pursuant to the department administrative policy. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Very good. Is everybody good? That's what we have. Okay. So I think that was everything except the stuff we deferred to on the employee handbooks. Good job, everybody. We deferred A, 4A9 and 4A11 to future conversations. And we now have a new grouping called instead of under management rights, the procedure package, which is Article 3, 4, 6, 7, 13, and 14, which we're gonna come back to later again. One thing I did want to ask you about that, we kind of got deferred on our conversation on Article 3, the successors. When we were talking about TAing the language, but we had talked about a list of the unwritten practices. So have you had any time to think about that, or?
Well, we did, but like we said, we were going to agree to this language
Uh-huh.
without those, I guess, counter proposals, so to
Okay.
speak, of removing that line. Again, pending the
Okay.
topic of grievance procedures. Seeing how that goes, we can revisit past practices.
Do you have some examples, though?
We do. So when we talk about past practices, we realize where the city's coming from. We have, many of them are things that are in the contract that neither side necessarily enforce, strictly. But we get that that's not what this means. This is about things that aren't in a contract. The examples we could give you, with the changing from a fire chief to an interim chief, haven't been practiced. And so we realize that without it being in a contract, it's really doesn't have a strong foundation, and so it should be something that we propose and aren't going to.
Can you give me an example, though?
For example, we've usually had a representative from the executive board on the interview board for new hires. That has been an informal request that was not honored this last time. And so there's an example of a past practice that's been around for as long as I've been.
That's a good
That's-
example.
that's one
Those are
good-
the kinds of things we'd like to
Yeah,
hear
we'd
about.
like to know those.
So that's a past practice, emailed about it without response, but it's just a practice, and so it's not written anywhere. There's no real, documentation for that. The executive board has just always had a representative. We did it this time. We realized, okay, that should be proposed for the contract. See where it goes. We chose not to propose it this time. It wasn't something that we felt like was strong enough in the time frame we have for negotiations this time around, and so we understood that we may have another interview process between now and the next contract where we are excluded again.
Okay, so,
What position was it?
What do you mean, sir?
Which position were you kept out of?
No, just so part of the hiring process for a new hire to the fire department includes an interview board, and the executive board has always been asked for a representative. So one of the four of us, just one seat amongst many from the department. It's just one example of a past practice.
Okay, so was it overt or was it an oversight? Did you make the chiefs aware, or tell me what happened?
Well, we are usually asked who it's going to be, and then we just say who it's going to be. I mean, like I said, it's a very informal process. And this time we weren't asked, so I just emailed without a reply. So
you're talking about the hiring of Mark Radford, I assume, because really you got.
no, sir, just the last recruit class.
The
So each-
recruit class.
Yes, sir.
so.
He's not talking about chiefs, he's talking about new employees
I
at
should've just
the
said
entry
recruits.
level.
Yes, sir.
And that they had a member of the executive team sit in on the interviews, apparently.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Well,
So-
I'm not aware that it was a person on the executive board, but that could be an oversight on my part. But the way I understood, we've had representatives from all levels within the organization. Some of those being IAFF members, some of them being probably on the executive board. But I wasn't realized,
And that's our point.
I didn't understand they
Our
were
practices
selected
And they were,
based upon being an IFF.
based on being a member of the executive board or appointee by the president.
So who
So,
made that determination? Chief Bradford,
I would guess.
then?
I mean,
So-
that's what we're talking about, unwritten practices.
But what,
We've
So-
always been involved in that process. And it's
Well,
not
there's
long.
been IFF members, but I'm
So-
not aware that.
okay, so obviously, there is an item that the IFF Executive Board felt like was something that was done, a past practice, that really hadn't, that the former chief had done, and there was some sort of discussion or understanding or something that wasn't written, or maybe it was just dumb luck, I don't know, that it happened for a long time, but now that we have some leadership changes, that these unwritten practices are not being applied the same as they were before, which I think is our point, is if there are unwritten practices, and I can appreciate you wanting to keep the list small for negotiations, but if there are things that are important to you, that aren't written down, I think what I'm hearing is that they are important to you. They are important that the interim chief and the next chief know about and either make a decision on as chief because it's a management right, or list those somewhere in here so that we know that they are important to you, is important, or indicate that none of those are necessarily moving forward, which is the city's proposed language, is that none of those move forward. So I guess this is an important discussion, is what I'm gathering, is if there are unwritten practices, it leads to hard feelings at a minimum.
It'd be nice to know. And
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting to me that, we have labor management meetings. We had a number of these leading up to the hiring process and even after the hiring process. And this is the first time I've ever heard about it.
okay.
Yeah.
Chief has been mentioned.
To
Okay.
me,
So we've,
since I've been the interim,
so,
We've answered the question. I did send the email without reply. We chose not to request to add it to a labor management agenda. There were things much more important. We knew that this is an interim fire chief. We had contract negotiations coming up. We thought maybe we could add it as a proposal. When that time came, we chose not to add it as a proposal. We take full responsibility for it not being in this
that's fine.
contract currently, for not being proposed to be in the next one, for not being on any labor management agenda, and we're not here to fight for it right now.
Got it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All we asked for was examples, and you gave
Yes,
us
sir.
that. So you
Okay.
satisfied the question.
So, the next thing on the agenda is the management rights outside of the process package. It is 20 after. Would we like to spend these last 10 minutes setting the agenda for Saturday and delve into this as the first agenda item? Or, I guess that would be my proposal.
And then we
Set
have,
Saturday's agenda.
starting with Saturday, we have 4 fairly lengthy meetings coming up. And maybe what our time would be better spent is to focus on what we try to hit at those meetings in terms of the remaining items that have not achieved TA or we've moved on at this point. The first being management rights, which whether we spend any time on it today or not, will probably consume as much time as it did today. So that obviously will be the Saturday agenda, at least from my perspective, unless there's something else you want to hit. But that's gonna be a big discussion, I imagine, and
Okay.
take some time. What else did we have? We talked a little bit about this.
I thought about moving back to Article 5, which has a whole lot of different items in it on union business. And there's some things there that, that warrant some conversation. Some things might be easier than others, but I thought that's a big section that has some areas that aren't TA'd yet that we might be able to accomplish right after management rights. And then I guess I would, personally would like to follow that with maybe a discussion on any of the items that aren't TA'd under Article 10, which has a lot to do with the fit for duty and the physicals and stuff like that. Again, some of them easier than others.
Yes, ma'am.
But that could be in order to really try and move through this document section by section. I did not choose to move into some of the compensation stuff yet, but that would be another big article, was Article 8.
Okay.
Maybe we could start that on Thursday, isn't it? What do we have, meetings on Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday of next week?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Mhm.
maybe we could start that on Thursday.
What do you think?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'll do.
But I think we need to add whatever else is in there too, at least tentatively, so we can move into those issues as we complete something else. And the reality is, we may not get to a conclusion on some item that we kick forward, and so we may need to go to other items, you know.
Okay.
So I've kind of got 4 articles, four sections to go to next, not necessarily Saturday, but
Okay.
they may bleed over into the 26th. But starting with management rights, the list that's on here, I'll move to old business, then move to Article 5, any un-TA'd items, and then move to Article 10, any un-TA'd items. And then we have to discuss, I might look through here and see if there's any other big sections, but some sections that we put together today is our package. And I'm gonna put that at the very back because we've kind of discussed that as far as we're gonna get it for a little while until we get to the grievance section. Maybe put that back with the grievance policy as a grouping. And then on the 26th, it sounds like we want to talk about Article 8. Is that what I'm hearing from everybody, which is the compensation items?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the first time I've seen you smile, Dean.
Me? I don't smile.
Okay, and
about
thank
it.
you for accommodating the hours on Saturday, so we'll see you at 9 o'clock in this room. And Dean, did your key work the other day? Are you gonna be able to get in the building
The key works for this door,
on the far end?
so I
Perfect.
can make it here, so.
We can get this far.
Yes.
I need to check about downstairs and make sure our key fobs work
Okay.
in Public Works, but I'll check on that tomorrow.
See you Saturday.